Welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight, you are drifting toward a distant past where time moves softly and memory settles like mist. Whether you are lying in darkness or simply seeking calm, this moment belongs only to you. Allow your body to rest and your thoughts to loosen as the long story of Rome begins to unfold. This journey opens beside the Tiber River, near the Palatine Hill, where the land is still quiet and untouched by empire. The river moves slowly through low plains, and reeds bend along its banks. In the early light, there are no forums, no columns, and no marching feet, only wilderness, breathing in silence. Allow your body to soften. Let your thoughts grow lighter, and let the weight of the day slowly fall away. If you enjoy learning while you drift to sleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can catch more of our gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your thoughts in the comments. Now, settle comfortably, take a slow, deep breath in, and gently let it go. God Mars came quietly and left behind two sons named Romulus and Remus. When the king learned of their birth, he ordered the children taken from their mother and cast into the river. They were placed in a basket and set upon the dark current of the Tiber to disappear. But the river, swollen by spring rains, carried them not to death, but to safety. The basket came to rest near the roots of a fig tree, where a she-wolf found them. She was not a creature of terror, but a mother without her own young. She drew the infants into her warmth, fed them, and guarded them beneath the hill that would one day bear a city. Life endured where death had been commanded. A shepherd named Faustulus later discovered the children and carried them into his home. They grew among flocks and open fields, unaware of the royal blood moving quietly within them. They learned strength, labor, and stubborn resolve shaped by land and struggle. The world formed them before destiny revealed their names. As young men, they learned the truth of their lineage and acted without hesitation. They helped restore their grandfather to the throne of Alba Longa and could have remained there in safety. Yet something pulled them back toward the river and the hills where they had once been abandoned. That land called to them, and they answered with ambition. They chose to build a new city, but harmony did not hold. They disagreed over where the first stone should rest and who should rule. Romulus favored the Palatine Hill, while Remus preferred the Aventine. They watched the skies for signs and argued over their meaning. The dispute ended in blood spilled onto the earth. Remus was killed, and whether by his brother or another mattered less than the silence that followed. Romulus alone remained. He drew a sacred boundary into the soil and declared that no one might cross it without death. The city was born from loss and determination. Tradition placed its founding in the year 753, before the birth of Christ. Romulus named the city after himself and became its first king. Around him, huts rose, temples formed, and strangers gathered, drawn by the promise of belonging. Rome was small, rough, and unfinished, but it breathed ambition. It pulled in men from neighboring tribes and bound itself together through ritual, conflict, and will. From its first moments, myth and reality blurred and would never fully separate. For now, it remained only a village by a river, waiting for history to speak. The city that Romulus founded did not remain a solitary dream for long. Rome began to grow not only in numbers, but in identity, as different peoples gathered within its rough boundaries. It became a place of mingled tribes, uneasy alliances, and shared ambition. Even in its earliest days, Rome was learning how to live with difference. Romulus ruled as king, and under him, the young city took its first fragile shape. Simple huts stood beside wooden palisades, and early shrines rose to gods whose names were still forming. Men from surrounding regions were drawn to the promise of protection and opportunity. Yet women were few, and the future of the city felt uncertain. To secure that future, Romulus devised a plan that would echo through Roman memory. He invited neighboring peoples to a festival filled with games and celebration. During the feast, Roman men seized the daughters of the Sabines and forced them into marriage. The act was violent and cruel, yet it bound two communities together in blood and faith, but followed quickly as the Sabine men rose in anger. But the conflict did not end in destruction. According to tradition, the women themselves stepped between the armies, pleading for peace between their fathers and their husbands. The fighting stopped, and the Sabines were absorbed into Rome. The city expanded again, shaped by conflict and compromise. Romulus continued to rule, but his end was as mysterious as his beginning. One day during a storm, he vanished from sight. Some believed he had been taken up into the heavens and transformed into a god. Others whispered of darker truths. Yet his disappearance left behind something more enduring than certainty. Rome survived its first king. The city he had drawn into the earth remained breathing and unfinished. His followers worshipped him as Quirinus and spoke his name with reverence. Whether god or man, his legacy lived in stone and memory. After Romulus, the throne did not remain empty. Rome would be ruled by kings for more than 2 centuries. According to tradition, 7 kings governed in succession, each leaving marks that would shape the city. Rome was not yet a republic, and not yet an empire. It was still learning how to rule itself. The second king was Numa Pompilius, a Sabine remembered for wisdom and devotion. Where Romulus had built walls and wielded force, Numa turned toward peace and ritual. He organized priesthoods, shaped religious ceremonies, and taught the people when not to fight. He reformed the calendar and gave Rome a sense of time and order. Under Numa, Rome became more than a military settlement. It became a society guided by rhythm, tradition, and belief. The people trusted that the gods watched over their rituals and rewarded restraint. Whether these laws came from divine whisper or human need mattered little. The city learned to pause. Other kings followed, each reflecting a different face of Rome. Tullus Hostilius rejected peace and embraced war. He destroyed the rival city of Alba Longa and brought its noble families to Rome. The Senate expanded and Rome grew stronger through conquest. Ancus Marcius blended law and order. He built bridges across the Tiber and extended Roman control toward the sea. Trade increased, roads stretched outward, and the city felt less isolated. Rome was becoming a place of movement and connection. The final kings were said to be of Etruscan origin, bringing new skills and symbols. Under Tarquinius Priscus, great projects began, including the Circus Maximus. Servius Tullius reorganized the city into districts, recorded citizens, and reshaped the army. He rose from humble origins and ruled through reform. Yet power, once gained, rarely rests peacefully. Servius was murdered and replaced by his son-in-law, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus. He ruled through fear, suspicion, and force. He ignored the Senate, crushed opposition, and governed without consent. Though he built monuments and temples, his cruelty hollowed his authority. His reign ended not through foreign war, but through moral outrage. His son committed a brutal crime against a noble woman named Lucretia. Tertia, her death ignited fury among Rome leading families. Lucius Junius Brutus led a revolt. The people rose, and the king was driven out. The monarchy was abolished and the Tarquin family cast into exile. Rome swore never again to bow to a king. And the age of kings ended in bitterness and resolve. The crown was broken, and power was reshaped. Rome stood at the edge of something new, fragile and untested. The city had learned what absolute power could become, and would never forget. With the kings cast out, Rome stepped into an uncertain dawn, carrying both hope and fear within its wall. The people rejected crowns and vowed that no single man would ever again rule unchecked. In place of monarchy, they shaped a new idea, fragile and untested. They called it a republic, a public thing belonging to all. Power was divided rather than concentrated. 2 consuls were elected each year, sharing authority and limiting one another. The Senate remained as a council of elders guiding policy and tradition. Assemblies of citizens gathered to approve laws, though not all voices carried equal weight. On parchment, the system appeared balanced and calm. In life it was tense and restless. Old families known as patricians filled the Senate and guarded power as inheritance. The plebeians formed the majority, farmers, artisans, and soldiers who sustained the city, yet stood outside its privileges. The laws that governed Rome were not written. They were spoken and interpreted by elites who understood their hidden turns. Justice felt distant to those without lineage. Resentment began to settle quietly beneath daily life. The first great challenge of the Republic came not through war, but refusal. In the early years, the plebeians withdrew from the city. They left their labor and their service behind, and gathered on a hill beyond the walls. They would not return without representation. Faced with a city unable to function, the patricians yielded. The office of tribune of the plebs was created. These tribunes were declared sacred and protected from harm. They were given power to defend the people and veto unjust acts. The struggle did not end there. The plebeians demanded laws that could be seen and known. They wanted justice carved into bronze rather than whispered behind closed doors. After long pressure, Rome produced the 12 tables. These laws were displayed in the forum. They bound patrician and plebeian alike. Though imperfect, they marked a turning point. The Republic had begun to speak openly. Still, power resisted release. Patrician familias adapted and preserved influence. Plebeians gained access to offices slowly, unevenly, and often at great cost. Equality remained distant, but the foundation had been laid. Beyond the city walls, danger pressed in. Rome was surrounded by rival peoples, each defending land and honor. War became constant, shaping the Republic as much as debate. The legions learned endurance through struggle. Rome fought the Latins, the Sabines, and the Volsci. But victory came not through brilliance but persistence. Each conflict hardened the city. Each loss taught survival. Disaster arrived from the north. A Gallic army descended upon Rome. The defenses failed and the city was overrun. Senators were killed, temples burned, and homes destroyed. According to legend, sacred geese warned of attack as enemies climbed the Capitoline Hill. Rome was sacked and humiliated. Gold was paid to buy freedom. The memory cut deep. From ashes, Rome rebuilt. Walls were strengthened. The army was reformed. Shame hardened into resolve. The Republic endured by bending. It learned through breaking and repair. Rome was no longer ruled by kings, but not yet by law alone. It was becoming something forged through conflict. Citizens argued, marched, rebelled, and served. Offices multiplied. Tusin, Amtivite, Durcoins. The legions took shape, and beneath every stone and law, the Republic continued to pulse unfinished and restless. As Rome recovered from humiliation, it did not retreat into fear, but leaned forward into endurance. The memory of the Gallic sack lived quietly in Roman thought, shaping every decision, every reform, every stone placed into the earth. The city vowed never again to be caught unprepared. From that resolve, Rome began to harden. The army was reshaped not only as defense, but as identity. Soldiers trained constantly, and discipline became sacred. Roads were laid to move legions swiftly across land. Fortifications rose, and the Republic learned that survival depended on preparation. Rome was not alone on the Italian peninsula. It was one among many cities and tribes, each guarding tradition and territory. The Republic entered a long series of wars that would slowly draw Italy into its orbit. These conflicts were not swift nor glorious. They were grinding tests of patience. The Latin League, once Rome, resisted Roman authority. Rome answered with decisive force. When the League was broken, Rome replaced it with a new system. Cities would now be bound to Rome, individually, not to one another. This design was deliberate. It offered protection without equality. Cities kept local customs guards and councils, but owed soldiers and loyalty. And over time, resistance softened into dependence. To the east, the Samnites controlled rugged mountains and narrow passes. They fought with skill and persistence. Roman legions were ambushed and humiliated. At the Caudine Forks, Roman soldiers surrendered and passed beneath a symbolic yoke. The shame lingered. But Rome remembered. It adapted tactics, restructured formations, and returned stronger. The Samnite wars stretched across generations. With each clash, Rome learned flexibility. Victory did not come from a single triumph. It came from refusal to yield. Roads extended deeper into enemy lands. Alliances tightened. Infrastructure grew alongside conquest. Rome then turned south, toward the Greek cities of Magna Graecia. These cities were wealthy, cultured, and proud of their Hellenic heritage. They viewed Rome as a course rising power. When threatened, they sought help from across the sea. King Pyrrhus of Epirus answered. He arrived with disciplined phalanxes and war elephant. He defeated Rome in battle, yet each victory drained him. Losses mounted. After one costly triumph, Pyrrhus admitted that another such victory would destroy him. Rome endured where brilliance exhausted itself. Pyrrhus withdrew. By the middle of the 3rd century, before Christ, no power in Italy could challenge Rome. The Samnites were subdued. Etruscan cities absorbed. Greek colonies yielded. Rome did not rule Italy through uniform control. It governed through layers. Citizenship, partial rights, and obligations varied. This uneven system kept cities loyal yet divided. Italy was secured. Rome now possessed unmatched manpower. Roads tied the peninsula together. The legions were experienced, hardened, and numerous. Beyond Italy, the sea waited. To the south, another power ruled trade and water. Carthage watched from across the Mediterranean. Two rising forces now faced one another, unknowingly stepping toward a conflict that would reshape the world. Beyond the Italian shores, another power had been rising quietly and steadily. Carthage stood along the coast of North Africa, rich with trade ships and guarded harbors. Its merchants traveled far, and its influence stretched across the western Mediterranean. For years, Rome and Carthage watched one another from a careful distance. Between them, lay Sicily, an island of fertile land and strategic ports. Control of Sicily meant command of trade and movement. Tension gathered slowly, until a small conflict ignited something larger. A group of mercenaries seized the city of Messana. Carthage moved, first offering protection. Rome could not ignore a Carthaginian presence so close to Italy. After debate, the Senate sent legions across the sea. This decision carried Rome beyond the peninsula for the first time. The First Punic War began not with confidence, but with uncertainty. Carthage ruled the sea while Rome had little naval experience. Rome learned as it always had. It copied captured ships, trained crews relentlessly, and built fleets with determination. A boarding device called the corvus turned sea battles into contests of infantry. The war dragged on for more than 20 years. Fleets were lost to storms and rebuilt. Cities changed hands. Sicily became a graveyard of men and ships. In the end, endurance prevailed. Rome won a final naval battle near the Aegates Islands. Carthage sued for peace. Sicily became Rome's first overseas province. Peace remained shallow. Carthage turned toward Spain to rebuild wealth. Rome watched carefully. Suspicion deepened. From Carthage rose a general whose name would haunt Rome. Hannibal Barca swore eternal enmity. In childhood, in 218 before Christ, he acted. He marched from Spain, crossed rivers, and led his army over the Alps. Ildefonso descended into Italy, where no enemy was expected. Hannibal shattered Roman legions at the Trebia, at Lake Trasimene, and at Cannae. Tens of thousands died. Panic gripped Rome. Cities defected. Fear spread, yet Rome refused surrender. Under Fabius Maximus, Rome avoided open battle. Hannibal remained undefeated yet isolated. Rome fought elsewhere. In Spain, a young commander, Publius Cornelius Scipio, rose. He drove Carthaginian forces out and carried war to Africa. At Zama, Scipio met Hannibal, Roman strategy prevailed. Carthage was defeated. Rome imposed harsh terms. Carthage lost its fleet and independence. Scipio became Africanus. Rome ruled the western Mediterranean. Victory reshaped Rome. Loss had taught endurance. Survival became identity. The Republic stood stronger than before. Rome emerged from the struggle with Carthage altered and enlarged. It had survived terror, invasion, and unimaginable loss and still remained standing. The Republic now looked beyond survival toward dominance. The Mediterranean slowly began to feel like a Roman sea. Carthage remained weakened, but alive. It paid tribute, rebuilt trade, and prospered once more. To some in Rome, this recovery felt dangerous. Among them stood Cato the Elder, who ended every speech with a warning that Carthage must be destroyed. When Carthage defended itself against a neighboring threat, Rome seized the excuse. Varus declared again. The Third Punic War began not as a contest, but as an ending. Rome laid siege to Carthage. For 3 years the city resisted. Hunger, fire, and despair filled its streets. When Roman forces finally entered, they destroyed the city completely. Survivors were killed or enslaved. Carthage was erased. In the same year, Rome turned east. Greece and the Hellenistic kingdoms had once shaped culture, philosophy, and power. Now they stood divided and vulnerable. Rome claimed to protect allies and soon controlled outcomes. Macedon resisted, followed. Greek cities rebelled. Rome answered with force. Yes. Corinth was crushed. Art treasures, statues, and knowledge were carried west. Greece became a province. In a single generation, Rome destroyed Carthage and subdued Greece. The symmetry echoed across history. The Mediterranean now belonged to Rome. Wealth poured inward. Gold grain slaves and art reshaped society. Senatus returned rich beyond imagination. Villas spread across Italy. But imbalance grew. By then, cities and soldiers returned to ruined farms. Land was absorbed into vast estates worked by slaves. The poor, crowded cities dependent on grain and promise. The Republic strained under success. Conquest fed power, but hollowed stability. Rome ruled the world yet struggled to govern itself. As the wealth of empire flowed inward, the fractures within Rome deepened quietly but relentlessly. The republic that had been built to balance power now swayed beneath excess and inequality. The gap between rich and poor widened until it could no longer be ignored. Across the countryside, small farms vanished. The soldiers who had fought for Rome returned to find their land seized or ruined. Aristocrats bought vast stretches of territory and worked them with slaves captured in distant wars. These great estates spread while free farmers faded. The displaced poured into the city. Veterans, artisans, and laborers crowded into Rome, seeking survival. They depended on grain distributions and the favor of politicians who promised change. Loyalty shifted from institutions to individuals. Into this unrest stepped two brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus. They were born noble yet believed deeply in justice for the people. They looked backward toward Roman values and forward toward reform. Tiberius, as tribune, proposed redistributing public land illegally held by the wealthy. His aim was simple: to restore citizens to the soil. The Senate resisted fiercely. Tiberius bypassed tradition and appealed directly to the people. When he sought re-election, violence followed. He was killed in a riot and his body cast into the Tiber. Years later, Gaius continued the cause. He expanded reforms offering grain subsidies, land rights, and citizenship to Italian allies. His support grew, and fear followed. The Senate declared emergency. Violence returned. Gaius fled and died by his own hand. His followers were hunted and executed. Blood had entered politics. Reform was no longer debated but crushed. Rome crossed a quiet line from which it would not return. The deaths of the Gracchi changed Rome in ways that could not be undone. Violence had entered politics not as an accident but as a method. Power was no longer shaped only by law or debate but by fear and force. The Republic had learned that blood could silence reform. From this soil, new figures rose. Men who understood that loyalty mattered more than tradition. Generals began to promise their soldiers land, reward, and protection. The army slowly shifted its allegiance from the state to individuals. One such man was Gaius Marius. He came from humble origins and rose through military success. He reformed the army by opening its ranks to the landless poor. In return, these soldiers became loyal not to Rome, but to him. Marius won great victories in North Africa and against northern invaders. He was celebrated as a savior. He held the consulship repeatedly, breaking old customs. Tradition bent beneath necessity. Opposite him stood Lucius Cornelius Sulla, an aristocrat hardened by war and ambition. When conflict erupted over command in the east, Sulla acted decisively. He marched his army on Rome. It was the first time Roman legions had entered the city as enemies. The unthinkable became real. Marius fled. Sulla seized power and declared himself dictator. Political enemies were hunted and killed. Property was seized and names posted for death. When Marius returned, the cycle repeated. Rome drowned again in blood. Sulla reclaimed control and ruled with even greater cruelty. He claimed to restore the Republic. Instead, he shattered it. After resigning power, he retired, leaving behind fear and precedent. Rome had survived foreign enemies for centuries. Now it had learned to destroy itself. The Republic still stood in name. In spirit, it was fading. Out of the fear and precedent left behind by Sulla, a new generation learned how power truly worked in Rome. The laws still existed and the offices still rotated, but authority now followed strength, loyalty, and ambition. The Republic remained standing, yet its foundation had cracked. Among those rising through the shadows was Gaius Julius Caesar. He came from an old patrician family, but possessed little wealth and no secure base. He had watched purges destroy allies, and learned that caution alone could not protect a man. Caesar shaped himself carefully. He mastered speech law and military command. He courted the people with generosity and spectacle. He understood that popularity could shield ambition. Rome was no longer ruled by one man acting alone. Power now moved through alliances. Caesar joined with Pompey, a celebrated general, and Crassus, a man of immense wealth. Together, they formed an informal pact that controlled politics from behind the scenes. Caesar was elected consul. He passed laws that favored his allies and weakened senatorial resistance. Opposition fumed but lacked unity. When his term ended, Caesar secured command in Gaul. The land beyond the Alps was wild, divided, and resistant. It would become the stage of his rise. For nearly a decade, Caesar fought without pause. He defeated tribes, crossed rivers, built fortifications, and expanded Roman control. He crossed into Britain and returned with stories that captured imagination. He wrote accounts of his victories and sent them back to Rome. They were read aloud and praised. His name grew powerful. His soldiers adored him. His enemies feared him. Caesar now held more influence than any man without a crown. But alliances decay. Crassus day in the east. Pompey drifted toward the Senate. Fear replaced cooperation. The Senate ordered Caesar to return without his army. It was a demand meant to break him. Caesar shows defiance. Pompey. He crossed the Rubicon and brought war into Italy. The Republic trembled. Civil war followed. Pompey fled east. Caesar pursued. At Pharsalus, Caesar won decisive victory. Pompey fled to Egypt and was murdered. Caesar arrived and went. He lingered in Egypt, allied with Cleopatra. Together they dreamed of power and future. When Caesar returned to Rome, no rival remained. He was named dictator for life. Statues rose. Coins bore his image. The Republic faded into memory. Power gathered around Caesar until the city itself seemed to hold its breath. He reformed calendars, laws, and debts, believing order could calm unrest. He expanded the Senate with loyal supporters and planned colonies for veterans. He refused the title of king yet accepted honors that blurred every boundary. Statues of Caesar rose across Rome, and his image appeared on coin. He sat upon a golden chair in the Senate and wore robes of purple. To some, he was a savior who had ended chaos. To others, he was a tyrant wearing restraint as disguise. Fear moved quietly among senators who remembered the kings. They believed the Republic could still be rescued. They told themselves that one final act could restore balance. On the Ides of March in the year 44, before Christ Caesar entered the Senate House, lads hidden beneath robes surrounded him. They struck again and again until he fell at the feet of a statue of Pompey. Caesar died without confirmed final words. His blood stained the floor of the chamber. The conspirators believed the Republic was saved. Instead, the city dissolved into confusion. The people did not celebrate. They mourned. Mark Antony stood before the crowd and read Caesar's will. He revealed gifts to the people and named an heir. He displayed the torn cloak and wounds. Grief turned to rage. The mob burned homes of conspirators. Rome demanded vengeance, not restoration. The Republic did not rise again. It collapsed inward. From the ashes stepped a young man named Gaius Octavius. He was Caesar's adopted son and named successor. He was young, quiet, and watchful. Octavian returned to Rome and gathered allies. He did not rush. He waited. He formed an alliance with Mark Antony and Lepidus. Together they created a new triumvirate with legal authority. They hunted the assassins across the Republic. At Philippi the forces of Brutus and Cassius were defeated. Both died by their own hands. The men who struck Caesar were gone. Peace did not follow. The alliance that avenged Caesar did not bring harmony. It brought only a pause before rivalry returned. Power once shared began to divide along ambition. Octavian and Antony drifted apart as each claimed territory and loyalty. Antony moved east and settled among wealth and ceremony. He aligned himself with Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, whose intelligence and presence matched his own hunger for power. Their union blended politics, romance, and spectacle. Rome watched with unease. Octavian remained in the west. He spoke softly of tradition and stability. He presented himself as protector of Roman values. Behind the calm, he gathered strength. The Senate, weary of chaos, leaned toward the man who promised order. Antony was framed as foreign, corrupted, and dangerous. Cleopatra became symbol of threat. But was inevitable. In the year 31 before Christ, the fleets met near Actium. The sea filled with fire and confusion. Octavian forces prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt. Defeat followed them. And surrounded by loss, they chose death over humiliation. With their passing, no rival remained. Octavian stood alone. He did not claim kingship. He understood Roman memory too well. Instead, the Senate granted him titles and authority. In the year 27 before Christ, he took the name Augustus. It meant the revered one. He called himself Princeps, the first citizen. He claimed to restore the Republic. In truth, he reshaped it. Power rested quietly in his hands. The armies swore loyalty to him. The provinces answered to his governors. The Senate obeyed. Rome accepted the trade. Chaos was exchanged for peace. The Republic faded into formality. Under Augustus, the empire entered calm. Borders were secured. Roads, aqueducts, and cities flourished. Trade moved freely. This peace would be remembered as the Pax Romana, fairness enforced by strength. Augustus ruled for decades. An entire generation knew no other leader. When he died, the Senate declared him a god. Rome had entered the age of emperors. When Augustus died, the empire he shaped remained steady, yet uncertain. He left behind peace, order, and marble, but also a question that could not be answered by law. Who would rule next? The answer became Tiberius, the adopted son of Augustus. He was a seasoned general, cautious and reserved. He accepted power not with joy, but with duty. Under Tiberius, the machinery of empire continued to turn. Provinces remained orderly. Legions stayed loyal. Taxes flowed and roads endured. Yet in Rome, suspicion grew. Tiberius trusted few and relied heavily on the Praetorian Guard. Their commander Sejanus gathered influence and ambition. Tiberius withdrew from public life and retreated to the island of Capri. In his absence, Sejanus ruled through fear and accusation. Rebels were executed and power concentrated. Eventually, Sejanus was exposed and killed, but the damage lingered. The final years of Tiberius were marked by paranoia. When Tiberius died in the year 37, after Christ, the empire passed to his grand-nephew Gaius. The world would remember him as Caligula. Caligula was young, charismatic, and the son of the beloved general Germanicus. The people welcomed him with hope. At first his rule felt generous. Prisoners were released. Soldiers rewarded. Games filled the city. Then something shifted. Whether illness, trauma, or pressure, his mind unraveled. He declared himself divine. He demanded worship. He humiliated the Senate and ruled through cruelty and spectacle. Executions became entertainment. Fortune vanished in excess. After 4 years, he was murdered by his own guards. Cows followed. From behind a curtain, the Praetorian Guard found Claudius. They proclaimed him emperor. Nero began his rule young, theatrical, and shaped by expectation. At first, he governed under guidance from advisors who sought balance and restraint. For a brief time, Rome felt hopeful once more. But Nero desired not governance, but performance. He imagined himself an artist, a singer, and a poet. The empire became a stage, and he its star. He raced chariots, sang before crowds, and demanded applause. Politics faded behind spectacle. In the year 64 after Christ, a great fire swept through Rome. Much of the city burned, and fear spread among the people. Nero focused on rebuilding according to his own vision. He raised a vast palace with gardens, lakes, and a colossal statue of himself. The suffering of the people was pushed aside. Blame fell upon a small and unpopular group. Christians were accused and persecuted. Executions, torture, and spectacle followed. Nero rule grew darker. He killed his mother, his wives, and senators he distrusted. Loyalty vanished. Rebellion rose in the provinces. The legions declared for other leaders. Nero fled alone and took his own life. With his death, the Julio-Claudian line ended. The dynasty that began with Augustus was finished. Rome entered chaos once more. Emperors rose and fell in rapid succession. Galba claimed power, but lost the army support. Otho followed, then Vitellius. Each ruled briefly before death. The empire trembled. Civil war spread. From the turmoil, emerged Vespasian, a soldier of discipline and practicality. He restored order and founded the Flavian dynasty. He rebuilt finances, began public works, and placed competence above birth. Under him, the Colosseum began to rise. His sons Titus and Domitian followed. Titus ruled briefly during disaster and compassion. Domitian ruled longer through suspicion and fear. And when Domitian was killed, the dynasty ended. The Senate chose a new path. Power would pass by merit, not blood. An era of balance quietly began. Claudius was unlikely, awkward, and underestimated, yet he ruled with patience and intellect. He expanded the empire into Britannia. He reformed administration and law, but intrigue consumed his household. His wife Agrippina ensured her son Nero would succeed. In the year 54, after Christ Claudius died, Nero became emperor. The empire now entered a rare season of steadiness, guided not by fear or spectacle, but by restraint. The first chosen emperor of this age was Nerva, an elderly senator without ambition for legacy. He ruled briefly and wisely, restoring dignity to the Senate and easing wounds left by tyranny. Most importantly, Nerva chose his successor. He adopted Trajan, a respected general loved by the legions. With this act, a new pattern was set. Power would pass to those deemed worthy. Trajan ruled with energy and confidence. He expanded the empire to its greatest reach. He defeated the Dacians, seized their riches, and strengthened Roman authority. Under Trajan, the empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Near East. Roads, cities, and forts followed conquest. Rome stood at the height of its power. Yet conquest was not Trajan, only legacy. He ruled with fairness, listened to petitions, and respected law. But the people admired him, not only for victory, but for justice. After Trajan came Hadrian, a man of intellect and caution. He believed stability mattered more than endless expansion. Hadrian traveled the empire, inspecting borders, cities, and armies. He withdrew from vulnerable territories and strengthened defenses. In Britannia, he ordered a great wall built to mark the edge of Roman control. It stood as symbol of limits, not weakness. Hadrian loved art, philosophy, and Greek culture. He reshaped cities and left architecture that still whispers of balance. His successor, Antoninus Pius, ruled quietly. His reign knew no great wars. Law was refined, education encouraged, and peace sustained. After him came Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher-emperor shaped by duty. He ruled during invasion and plague, yet remained devoted to service. He wrote reflections on mortality, virtue, and responsibility. Even as he fought, he questioned power. Together, these emperors formed a golden age. Rome was governed by reason. The empire breathed evenly, but time never rests. When Marcus died, he left the empire to his son, and the long calm began to shift. When Marcus Aurelius died, the empire passed not to a chosen successor, but to his son, Commodus. With that single decision, the balance of the age quietly tilted. The long discipline of merit gave way once more to inheritance. Commodus was raised in privilege, surrounded by ceremony and praise. He lacked his father restraint and depth. He saw the empire not as duty, but as spectacle. He renamed months after himself and styled his image as divine. He appeared as a gladiator, fought in the arena for applause. Governance faded behind performance. The Senate grew resentful. The military grew uneasy. Rome felt adrift. Commodus was assassinated in the year 192 after Christ. His death did not restore calm. It shattered what remained. What followed was the year of 5 emperors. Generals were proclaimed by their armies. Loyalty shifted with coin and promise. From chaos rose Septimius Severus. He seized power through military strength. He rewarded soldiers and sidelined the Senate. The empire grew more militarized. Authority rested with legions rather than law. After Severus, his sons ruled briefly and violently. Intrigue, murder, and instability returned. By the 3rd century, the empire strained under constant pressure. Borders weakened. Currency collapsed. Plague spread. Emperors rose and fell in rapid succession. Many ruled only months. Few died peacefully. Provinces broke away. In Gaul, a splinter empire formed. In the east, Palmyra rose under Queen Zenobia. Invasions pressed from every frontier. Germanic tribes crossed rivers. Persian armies advanced. Cities fell. Rome faced collapse. The illusion of eternity faded, yet the empire did not vanish. It endured through sheer adaptation. From the turmoil, a hardened soldier emperor emerged. His name was Aurelian. He reconquered lost provinces, defeated invaders, and restored unity. He built walls around Rome itself. He was named Restorer of the World. But even he was murdered by his own men. The crisis passed not in resolution but in exhaustion. Rome had survived again, yet it was no longer the same. The empire emerged from the long storm of the 3rd century wounded, but still breathing. What had been lost was not land alone, but certainty. The old illusion that Rome could rule through habit and memory had dissolved. Survival now demanded change. From the ranks of the army rose a man shaped by discipline rather than nostalgia. His name was Diocletian. He claimed power in the year 284 after Christ, not through bloodline but command. Diocletian understood that the empire had grown too vast for one ruler. Distance delayed orders. Revolt bloomed in absence. No single hand could hold every border. He divided authority without surrendering control. He appointed a Teo ruler named Maximian. Together they ruled as equals, bearing the title Augustus. Beneath them, they appointed 2 junior emperors called Caesars. These men governed regions and prepared to succeed. This system became known as the Tetrarchy. 4 rulers, 4 capitals, 4 centers of power, not for glory, but for function. The empire was reorganized to breathe again. Diocletian reshaped the army. Troops were stationed along borders and within provinces. Defense became layered. Invasion no longer meant collapse. He reformed taxation. Land and population were measured precisely. Revenue stabilized, though burden grew heavier. Currency was restructured. Bureaucracy expanded. Administration reached into every corner of life. Diocletian transformed the image of the emperor. Terrain, no longer first citizen, now sacred ruler. To its subjects bowed. Ceremony replaced familiarity. He called himself Lord and God. Authority was elevated above challenge. Religion became a concern of unity. Among many faiths, one troubled him. Christianity refused sacrifice and emperor worship. Persecution followed, churches destroyed, scriptures burned, believers imprisoned and executed. Yet, faith endured. It grew stronger beneath pressure. In the year 305, Diocletian did something unseen. He stepped down. He retired from power and tended gardens. The system he built began to fracture. Ambition returned. Civil war followed. But the shape of empire had changed forever. Rome would never again pretend to be a republic. From the collapse of the Tetrarchy, a new struggle rose slowly and relentlessly. Rival emperors fought for control as the empire fractured once more. Out of this chaos emerged a figure who would reshape Rome's soul and direction. His name was Constantine. Constantine was the son of a Caesar raised among soldiers and ambition. He fought rivals across the western provinces and claimed victories through patience and force. Step by step, he moved closer to supremacy. On the eve of battle near the Milvian Bridge, Constantine experienced a vision. He saw a sign of light in the sky and believed it carried divine promise. He ordered his soldiers to mark their shields with a Christian symbol. Loyalty. He won the battle and entered Rome as victor. The following year, he issued the Edict of Milan. Christianity was granted legal tolerance. Persecution ended. This was not yet dominance, but transformation had begun. Faith, once hidden, stepped into daylight. Churches rose beside temples. Constantine reshaped more than religion. He looked east and chose a new center for power. Rome was heavy with tradition and resistance. He rebuilt the ancient city of Byzantium into a new capital. Palaces' walls, churches and forums rose. He named it Constantinople. The heart of empire shifted. Wealth, trade, and administration followed. A new Rome faced eastward. In the year 324, Constantine became sole ruler. He governed until his death in 337. Before dying, he accepted Christian baptism. The empire was changing. Pagan gods still lingered, but the current had turned. After Constantine, Christianity spread into law and governance. By the end of the 4th century, it became the state religion. Temples closed. Churches multiplied. Ritual transformed. The empire itself divided once more. After the death of Theodosius, it split permanently. The Western Empire weakened. The Eastern endured. Rome no longer ruled from the Tiber. Power lived beside the Bosporus. The ancient city faded into memory. A new chapter of Roman history had begun. As the Eastern Empire gathered strength, the western half began to weaken quietly and unevenly. It still carried titles, rituals, and marble halls, yet its foundation was thinning. Authority rested less with emperors and more with generals who commanded loyalty through force. Many of these commanders were not Roman by birth. They came from tribes beyond the frontier, men once labeled barbarians. They had served Rome, traded with it, and learned its ways. Now they held its armies. Pressure grew beyond the borders. The Huns moved westward, driving other peoples before them. Gothic tribes fled violence and sought refuge within Roman lands. In the year 376, a vast group of Visigoths gathered along the Danube. They asked for permission to cross and live under Roman rule. Protection was promised. Administration failed. Roman officials exploited the refugees. Humor and anger grew. Rebellion followed. At Adrianople, Roman forces met the Goths in battle. The result was catastrophic. Emperor Valens was killed. Much of the army was destroyed. The defeat revealed a truth Rome could no longer deny. The legions were no longer invincible. The borders could no longer hold. The Goths were not expelled. They remained within the empire, sometimes allies, sometimes enemies. Among them, rose a leader named Alaric. He had served Rome and understood its system. He sought recognition and legitimacy. Point. Rome delayed, denied, and dismissed. In the year 410, Alaric marched on the city itself. The gates opened. Rome was entered by foreign hands for the first time in centuries. For 3 days the city was looted. Temples were spared. The city was not burned, but its illusion was shattered. The world trembled. If Rome could fall, nothing felt eternal. The capital had already moved to Ravenna. The Senate had faded into ceremony. Power fractured further. New tribes crossed into imperial lands. Vandals, Franks, and others claimed territory. Rome endured in name. In reality, it was dissolving. The sack of Rome did not end the Western Empire, but it stripped away its last illusion of permanence. What remained was a structure still standing yet hollowed by loss and dependence. Emperors ruled in name, while generals decided in practice. Among those generals was Stilicho, a commander of mixed heritage who fought desperately to hold the West together. He defended Italy, pushed back invaders, and negotiated fragile peace. Yet suspicion consumed him. He was executed by the very court he served. After his death, stability slipped further. Armies shifted loyalty with payment. Provinces drifted away. The Vandals moved through Gaul into Spain, and then into North Africa. They captured Carthage and seized control of the grain supply. Rome was starved. In the year 455, the Vandals sailed to Rome. They entered the city and looted it for 2 weeks. Treasures were carried away. The wound deepened. The Western emperors became shadows. Many were children placed on the throne by stronger men. Real authority lay elsewhere. By the middle of the 5th century, the West was no longer a unified state. It was a mosaic of kingdoms and commanders. In Gaul, the Franks settled and ruled. In Spain, the Visigoths governed. In Italy, power shifted between generals of foreign descent. One such man was Odoacer. He commanded troops loyal to him alone. In the year 476, he marched on Ravenna. The emperor at the time was a boy named Romulus Augustulus. He ruled in title only. Odoacer removed him without bloodshed. No new emperor was named. The imperial regalia were sent east to Constantinople. With this quiet act, the Western Roman Empire ended. There was no final battle, no funeral. Life continued. Roman law persisted. Cities endured. Churches spoke Latin. But the idea of a single Western Empire was gone. Rome faded into memory. A new world began to form among its ruins. When the Western Empire faded, the Roman story did not end. In the East, the empire endured, centered in Constantinople, strong, fortified, and alive. Its people did not call themselves Byzantine. They called themselves Romans. Constantinople stood between worlds. It guarded the passage between Europe and Asia. Its walls rose from land and sea, layered deep and strong. Trade flowed through its harbors and wealth filled its markets. The Eastern emperors preserved Roman law, ritual, and authority. Latin slowly gave way to Greek, yet identity remained. The emperor was still the heir of Augustus. Among these rulers, one would shape history more than most. His name was Justinian. He ruled in the 6th century, driven by vision and certainty. Justinian dreamed of restoration. He sought to reclaim the lost western lands. He sent generals across the sea to North Africa and Italy. Belisarius led armies with discipline and speed. Carthage fell. Rome was retaken. Ravenna returned to imperial hands. For a moment, the empire seemed whole again. Old borders flickered back into life, but victory carried cost. Blood drained treasure. Plague swept cities. Populations collapsed. But even as Justinian rebuilt Hagia Sophia into a marvel of light and stone, the empire weakened. He codified Roman law into a single body. This work would shape justice for centuries. After his death, the restored land slipped away. Enemies returned stronger. The Eastern Empire adapted. It shrank and fortified. It survived through diplomacy, faith, and endurance. A new force rose from the south. Islamic armies swept across former Roman lands. Syria, Egypt, and North Africa were lost. Yet Constantinople stood. Its walls held. Its people endured. The Roman name lived on, not as conqueror of the world, but as guardian of survival. Centuries passed, and the Eastern Empire endured through patience, adaptation, and faith. It bent beneath invasion, yet did not break. Emperors ruled from Constantinople, guarding what remained of Roman order. The empire became deeply Christian. Church and state moved as one. Emperors defended doctrine as fiercely as borders. Councils debated belief with intensity once reserved for law. Art changed. Icons, mosaics, and golden domes filled churches. The world was no longer shaped by marble statues of gods, but by sacred images of saints. Diplomacy became survival. Marriage alliances, tribute, and negotiation mattered as much as armies. Byzantium learned to outlast enemies rather than destroy them. For centuries, the empire stood as a barrier between Europe and Eastern powers. It preserved learning, law, and tradition, while the West reshaped itself. But strength slowly thinned. Territory shrank. Territory shrank. Resources faded. Confidence wavered. By the 11th century, new threats pressed hard. The Seljuk Turks advanced into Anatolia. Roman armies suffered crushing defeats. Lands that once fed the empire were lost. The heartland weakened. The capital felt isolated. In desperation, the emperor sought aid from the west. They appealed to fellow Christians for help. What followed changed history. Crusading armies marched east. Faith mixed with ambition. At first they passed through Byzantium as allies. Trust was fragile. Tension lingered. Tension lingered. Then, in the year 1204, betrayal arrived. Crusaders turned their swords against Constantinople itself. The city was breached. Churches looted. Libraries burned. Treasures stolen. For 3 days, the Queen of Cities was ravaged. It was a wound deeper than any foreign conquest. The empire was shattered into fragments. Foreign rulers claimed its heart. Though Constantinople would be reclaimed years later, something essential was lost. The Roman world survived, but forever changed. When the city was reclaimed in the year 1261, the emperors returned to Constantinople, but not to power. They returned to a shadow of former greatness surrounded by memory, rather than strength. The walls still stood, yet the empire within them had grown thin. The population was smaller. The treasury was drained. The provinces were few. What had once been a vast world now narrowed to a fragile core. The emperors ruled as guardians rather than masters. They defended tradition, faith, and ceremony, while relying on diplomacy to survive. Beyond the walls, a new force gathered quietly. The Ottoman Turks rose in Anatolia, organized, disciplined, and patient. City by city, province by province, they advanced. By the 15th century, Constantinople stood almost alone. It was surrounded by Ottoman lands cut off from support. The emperor at the time was Constantine the 11th. He ruled with courage, but without illusion. He knew the end was near. In the spring of 1453, the Ottomans began their final siege. Cannons battered walls once thought unbreakable. Supplies dwindled. Hope narrowed. Citizens, monks, soldiers, and foreign volunteers stood together on the ramparts. They prayed, fought, and waited. After 53 days, the walls were breached. The city was overrun. Constantine died in battle, and his body was never found. Hagia Sophia was emptied and transformed. Bez fell silent. 1,000 years of empire ended. Constantinople became Istanbul. The Ottomans claimed the city not as destroyers, but as heirs. The Roman Empire breathed its last. Yet Rome itself did not vanish. Its laws lived on. Its language shaped science and faith. Its ideas guided kings and empires yet to come. From a village beside the Tiber to the walls of the Bosporus, Rome had endured over 2,000 years. Power faded. Memory remained. And now this long story settles into quiet. It becomes yours to hold and release. Good night.